Welcome to the November 15th, 2022 recess meeting of the Arlington County Board. I'm Board Chair Katie Crystal speaking. This afternoon, I'm joined today by my colleagues, Vice Chairman Mr. Dorsey, Mr. Carantonis, Mr. DeFerenti, with Ms. Garvey on her way to join us shortly. We will begin with some recognitions and reports. I have very little in the way of a chair's report, but I did want to take the opportunity to just share a couple of words about a terrific Arlingtonian who passed away just last month. Pat McGrady, I think, was well known to many of us, particularly those in the advocacy community for affordable housing. Truly a very gracious Arlingtonian, and I think a real model of the longstanding advocacy and commitment that community members, as well as the board and the staff, have tried to have to affordable housing over the years. I know she was in particular a stalwart during the 2015 adoption of the Affordable Housing Master Plan. I know I have many fond memories of being lobbied by Pat passionately and with a good amount of grace for that issue of ensuring that our lowest income neighbors had a future here in Arlington. So she will be missed, and our thoughts are certainly with her family on this sad loss. Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I happen to be one of those Arlingtonians who lobbied with Pat O'Grady, and she is really a loss. Most importantly, Pat had this amazing ability to translate to larger communities here in Arlington what the advocacy was actually about. It was never only about the money, and it was never only about a few more units here and there or policy tweaks, etc. It was always about the future of this community and about the people who live here. And she will be really dearly missed. She has brought up She really belongs to a class of people who have fought very, very hard in the last 30, 40 years to get us where we are today. Thank you.
And thank you both. I thought those were such wonderful ways to describe and remember Pat's contributions. I'll just add that for me, she was really the embodiment of principled advocacy. She had her North Star as to what she felt the right thing to do was, or where the right thing for the county to be in terms of social issues, primarily housing, but she also took it upon herself to understand the complexities and the nuances of an issue so that she could really be a principled advocate and reflect back to her constituencies what the challenges and perspectives were. Never meant that she compromised, but in understanding that, I think she just enabled herself to always be really, really effective at what she did, and I valued that partnership and will miss her dearly.
Thank you so much. All right. I have no other business to bring as the chair under my report or recognitions or proclamations, so we'll move straight into our appointments for this month. Quite a few, and my thanks to those in advance who are on this list and willing to serve or continue to serve. I move that we make the following appointments. To the Civil Service Commission, reappoint Nancy Anderson for a term ending November 30th of 2026. To the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission, appoint Frederick Gibbs for a term ending November 30th of 2024. To the Commission on the Status of Women, reappoint Xenia Ruiz for a term ending November 30th of 2025. To the Commission for the Arts, appoint Lucy Bowen-McCauley for a term ending November 30th of 2025, and appoint Gabrielle Wingate for a term of the same duration. To the Community Oversight Board, appoint Charles McCullough for a term ending September 30 of 2023. To the Disability Advisory Commission, reappoint Jennifer DeRosa for a term ending November 30th of 2024. To the Economic Development Commission, appoint Praveen Daran Mayan for a term ending November 3rd, 2025. To the Fiscal Affairs Advisory Commission, reappoint Claire Noakes for a term ending March 31st of 2024. To the Industrial Development Authority, reappoint Ann Lindsay Crawford for a term ending November 30th of 2026. To the Joint Facilities Advisory Commission, reappoint Wells Harrell, Janet Copenhaver, and Steve Young for terms ending November 30th of 2024. To the Park and Recreation Commission, reappoint Shruti Kupa and Sarah Bareliuk for a term ending, both for terms ending November 30th of 2024. To the Partnership for Children, Youth, and Families, appoint Stephanie Brown and Kristen Riley, both for terms ending November 30th of 2024. To the Sports Commission, reappoint George Thompson for a term ending November 30th of 2024. To the Transportation Commission, appoint Sohail Hussein for a term ending November 30th of 2025. And our Teen Network Board, a few names, so bear with me as we talk about all these great young people. I move that we appoint for terms ending June 30th of 2023, Avalon Bennett and Carrie Finn as co-chairs, Katie Schenk as executive leader assistant. To the Communications Committee, Julia Brodsky as committee co-chair, Allison White as co-chair, and Natalia Ridgway as a committee member. To the Drug and Alcohol Committee, Drew Son and Bethania Daniels as co-chairs, Lisa Musser and Leah Burpee as committee members. To the Healthy Relationships Task Force, appoint Oliver Mika and Maddie McBride as co-chairs, and appoint AJ Allman, Sunjata Thornton, and Sophia Sell as committee members. To the Peer-to-Peer Committee, appoint Mary Frances Dempsey and Harper Coes as co-chairs, and Catherine Boersell and Olivia Heil as committee members. To the Volunteer Internship, Community Service, and Employment Subcommittee, appoint Isam Abdelaziz as co-chair, Lauren McDonald as co-chair, Solomon Abelu as subcommittee member, and also as subcommittee members Ethan Polly and Anthony Thiemann. All right, I believe that needs no second. All those in favor of those appointments, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Those carry unanimously. Thank you, especially to our young people. It is an incredible Teen Network Board this year. I can tell you, having visited with them just a couple months ago, and I can't wait to see what they do this school year. Okay, I am going to turn now to my colleagues for board reports. I believe we have an update on the county auditor recruitment. So, Mr. Dorsey, I'll start with you.
Well, thank you. And our co-chair, Mr. Karantonis, please fill in what I omit. I just wanted to provide an update to the community on where we stand with the replacement of our county auditor after the departure of Chris Horton in early June of this year. We had a good response to the search for the position, and a group of qualified applicants was narrowed, and a select group was given a preliminary screening. And after that screening, a group of finalists have been identified, and they will have an opportunity to interview with the entire board 2 weeks from today. And hopefully sometime soon thereafter, we will be able to select a replacement for Mr. Horton and begin the calendar year with a new auditor in place. And as you will recall, as part of our budget actions, that is also the period of time where we have authorized additional staff to be a part of that recruitment. So we expect that sometime over the course of the remainder of this fiscal year, we can have that office rebuilt and moving to a level of productivity that we all desire. And so that concludes that segment, unless Mr. Karantonis has anything more to add.
Nothing more to add. It's really a great thing to look forward to make a hire here, and looking forward to have the office fully functional before the end of this fiscal year. A lot of work is on the docket for this committee and for the auditor to complete. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments? All right, seeing none, thank you both for your work on that. I know I am certainly looking forward to meeting this finalist. All right, Mr. DeFerranti, our Trespass Towing Advisory Board, always a hot topic in our community, and I know you have been working hard to make sure that that state-mandated group is as functional as possible given the circumstances. So thank you, and over to you.
Sure. So on the next slide, we talk about there's some state requirements with respect to the membership of the advisory board, and I have been calling and emailing and seeking to recruit additional members, but essentially, after some work, full credit goes to Graham Weinshank and Caitlin Thomas on our staff who've done some work on this. The thought is we want to shift the membership here, still comply with state law, but we have not met in 2022, and this has been high on my list of things I really would want to get to. So the next slide describes what we have done. We have a membership of 7 that complies with state law. We'd like to pull that down to a smaller group, but still have equal representation of our local law enforcement and our licensed towing and recovery operators. So on this next slide, which I believe is our last, it just describes a couple of edits so that we would have a smaller group but still able to do the work that's required by state law and have that equal representation. So we'll get meeting, and then we will do some of the oversight that I know that this board has discussed and we all would like to get to. So that's the proposal, moving this amendment here, and happy to entertain any questions if and as you have them.
Thanks. Ms. Garvey?
Yeah, no particular questions. Having watched this particular commission and its issues through a number of painful years, and I think this is a great place for us to be right now, and really appreciate the work that went into getting us here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will make the motion that we make the proposed amendments to the TTAB charge, and hope that there's a second.
Second.
Okay.
Give it to Mr. Dorsey. That's right. An unanimous second, which I think bodes well for the vote. So unless there's any further discussion, I'll call for that vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that carries unanimously. Thank you. I appreciate your work within the bounds of the really prescriptive state ordinance constituting about who will constitute that body. Turning now to regional reports, unless I've missed anyone. COG Fair Housing Update, Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you. And just Mr. DeFranti, thank you for that very creative and effective work with TTAB. I appreciate how challenging it is, and we really appreciate your doing it. So on the COG level, just one thing I want to highlight is our moving closer towards adoption or finalizing a regional housing equity plan. This is something that also is known under analysis of impediments to fair housing choice, which is part of what is federally mandated for jurisdictions to do. But for the entirety of fair housing planning in the post-civil rights movement era, in recent years, it has been largely pro forma, but as you'll recall, under the Obama administration, with its efforts to affirmatively further fair housing, there was an attempt to make sure that this important legislation from the civil rights era wasn't lost in terms of actual deliverables. And as such, COG sought to see how it could play a role, and recognizing that we have worked cooperatively on a regional basis towards meeting our housing challenges, COG offered to engage the region in some regional planning around fair housing, or as we're calling it, regional housing equity. And this is the first such time that COG has been able to be a part of a regional effort since 1997. And as part of this work, it's been an extensive process that has involved, proud to say, Arlington County, joined by our neighboring Virginia jurisdictions of Alexandria, Fairfax, Loudoun, and Prince William, along with Montgomery County and the District of Columbia, to work on this plan. And I'm just going to give you some of the draft goals. There are lots of strategies that are in support of these goals, but the big picture that we're getting the region to coalesce around are, one, continuing the COG work on housing supply to recognize that we cannot deal with fair housing if we do not have adequate supply, and you know what the targets are that the region is pursuing there. Also to look at zoning and land use. I think we know a little bit about this in Arlington, but this is something that is critical in making sure that you can not only meet those supply targets, but that you can ensure that housing is located in such a way to take advantage of all of the amenities and benefits that a community may have to offer, which is a critical component of fair housing. Also, in high opportunity areas, that's a key way to deliver the value that allows for affordable housing opportunities to be created. There's a desire to focus on preservation, and while this is typically a part of a lot of fair housing plans, fortunately, there are a lot more tools that are available right now to facilitate preservation via some land use policies that encourage and provide incentives for preservation, but then also the availability of a significant amount of low interest rate capital that is devoted to preservation through entities like Amazon or the JBG fund. Then there is a goal that has recently been added to the draft plan to look at increasing the number of homeowners, and we've talked a lot in this community about how that is a key way to accumulate wealth for people who have historically been disproportionately left out of wealth creating opportunities by having opportunities to own homes. And of course, as you could imagine, protecting the housing rights of individuals with protected characteristics as well as people with disabilities. And then another thing that I'm really happy about with this regional plan is that there is an acknowledgement of the nexus between housing and transportation to ensure that we are comprehensively providing for opportunities for people to participate in community and participate economically in a way that can further their potential positive life outcomes. So those regional goals are looking like they will be the basis for what the final plan has. We are going to public engagement with these set goals, and again, myriad strategies that support those goals. That process will happen this month and next month, and then it is the expectation that sometime probably in January, the region will adopt a regional fair housing equity plan for the first time in 25 years. And that concludes my report.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dorsey. Can you remind us, I know it's been our intent locally to wait for the COG fair housing report before updating our own. Do you anticipate that the recommendations that will sort of drive towards those goals will be granular enough for localities to adopt as our own or to tag to, or do you imagine them sort of setting out much in the way that the housing supply targets do, right? Sort of high levels, and then it's up to each locality to kind of further figure out how to effectuate them?
That is a terrific question. I think it depends. So a jurisdiction could adopt they could look at the regional plan as a menu and take all the goals and the strategy here and a strategy there, and it would be, I think, meaningful and substantially complete, yet they could also choose to go very deeper and really do a deep dive into the particular strategies that are there and, come up with their own customized and very specific plan. But I think that the product and the document will allow anyone to look at this as a menu and put together a pretty meaningful document, at least that will be well understood by constituents in their communities as to their fair housing directions. That's great.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
Excellent. Thank you. I saw Ms. Garvey first and then Mr. Karantonis.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks so much for the report. I didn't realize it's been that long since they've done it. God, it's about time. It's great. I think and Ms. Crystal, excellent question. I think, we sometimes talk to our residents and our citizens, and they seem to sometimes have the impression that we're trying to tackle this issue all by ourselves. Well, no, it is a regional issue. The whole region is really tackling it. And I think other areas are going to adopt some of the, the tools that we're looking at doing, which is great. And I'll just report, I'm not doing a report on it, but I was moderating a panel for the Virginia Association of Counties conference that we just had, and Mr. Karantonis and Mr. DeFranti and myself just got back from. And it was really interesting to me. I sort of knew this, but it really came home. It was a really well-attended session. We had Senator Barbara Favola and Susan Dewey of what was formerly called VDH, and I can never remember.
Virginia Housing.
Virginia, thank you. I can never remember the new name. And we tried not to, make it too Arlington-centric, but it was really clear from the presentation and the questions and the attendance. This is everywhere, including very rural areas, and we kind of have a sense that this is an urban issue. It's not. It's everywhere. So it's great to see everybody, kind of a lot of minds coming together to try to solve the problem, and hopefully we'll all start to make some progress, because we've got to. People have to live somewhere. So thank you so much for the report and the work, Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you.
Mr. Karantonis.
Just a remark on Ms. Crystal's very good question on what actually COG is offering here. It's not only a menu of options and policy ideas and a little bit developed ideas. It is also the expertise that is now building up in COG as an organization. And if the last time that this happens was with transportation, and we benefit a lot of this. So this is additional firepower for our planning departments, for our housing departments. This is an enormous platform of interchange of expertise and information, and then of policy proposals. And I'm very happy to see that happening. COG has embarked, this is, by the way, the product of more than 2 years of work.
Yes.
Since COG, the region has actually coalesced around the idea that it's not only transportation, it's not only economic development, it's not only this, it is the combination of everything and you know, focusing on activity areas and on equity challenge areas, of which all of us have. And I'm very happy to see, and my insistence will be, my focus will be on our side to find to contribute to this. So to contribute expertise, to contribute insights, to inform policy in other places as we expect other places to inform policy in our place. So that's an amazing platform that's beginning to materialize there.
Thank you for bringing that up. And if I can just briefly comment on that, Mr. Karantonis brings out what is really the value added that COG can bring to these big regional challenges, is to provide that area of expertise, not just among the COG staff, but by making sure that the jurisdictions that are a little bit further along can contribute their experiences and expertise. I will say that we have regional jurisdictions. Our neighbors are anxiously awaiting the outcome of what our missing middle policy discussion yields to understand how they move forward. And, you know, we're already seeing the fruits of this sort of effort at building the regional bench take hold with, for example, Prince George's County, which has recently contracted with COG to develop their climate and sustainability plan as well as their electric vehicle infrastructure plan. So, you know, we build up this regional knowledge and expertise, and then various jurisdictions, depending on where they are in their own planning and deployment, can utilize that as a way to get to solutions and progress faster and more efficient, which is really the way you start to make measurable progress in some of these key issues.
Well, thank you. Appreciate. Oh, please, Mr. DeFranti.
I just will try to briefly add a couple of thoughts. First, with respect to Saturday and Mr. Coleman's comments resonate in the context of this, and centering the change that needs to come through fair housing. And then I at least can't help but wonder, my grandfather walked off of a boat from Australia in 1929. And, you know, we all have personal responsibility and talent. It's also the case that the opportunities that he had economically came through to my generation in different ways. I wonder if he had come from Bolivia or from Chile or from another place or Africa at that time, whether the opportunities would have been there. So that's the emotion that this brings up, particularly with how difficult this has been in the last 6 years at the federal level. And then, you know, I have found it very difficult to get to the prospective and solution-oriented pieces of this work. So I'm really looking forward, because you can have that emotion of what you want to occur, but then how to prospectively put it into action, given the items that you listed, it's not easy. So I'm really grateful that you're doing the work. Thanks.
Thank you so much. All right, unless we have any other regional reports that I'm missing, we are going to turn it to the manager. Speaking of awaited updates, I'm particularly looking forward to hearing from you and the team about the summer camp registration transformation ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you may all recall in February of this year that we had summer camp registration, that the system completely crashed, which created a very frustrating experience for a lot of our constituents, and revealed a lot of concerns about access to and availability for summer camp slots. And immediately following that, you know, I asked the DPR team to do an after-action report and come up with recommendations so that we'd be ready for the summer of 2023, which is fast approaching. So asked for a report back this fall. Jane Rudolph, the Director of Parks and Recreation, is here. And I wanted to take the opportunity to thank her and her colleagues. They've done an exhaustive amount of work, and Jane is here to present the results of that work. So I'll turn it over to her.
Welcome. Nope, you had it on before. Hit it one more time. There we go. Oh.
I didn't see the red. Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Manager, for the opportunity to present our work on the summer camp registration project. And I want to thank him, the county manager, and also Deputy County Manager Michelle Cowan for their support through this process. I have a PowerPoint, and I'm joined by some colleagues who are online. While we're waiting, I would say, I don't know if it's lost on you that today was the big, I have a 14-year-old daughter, Taylor Swift, Ticketmaster, and it completely crashed registration. They use some of the tools that we'll show you later, but it shows that even at a national level, sometimes there is a demand sometimes outstrips what a technology solution can tolerate. So
The only ticket hotter than Tumbling for Tots in Arlington County is
Taylor
Taylor
Swift.
Swift's Midnight Tour. That's right.
great. Well, so here we are. So I will now go through but before I start, I was just sort of asked last week about sort of what's our goal, or what's the sort of how do we define summer camp? So I went back to our catalog and found a sentence that sort of sums it up, and for how I think what we strive to do, which is that summer was designed to give kids a break from school, help them try new experiences, and grow mentally, physically, and socially. And so with this in mind, as we approached this project, we wanted to create a less stressful registration process so that parents and caregivers can go into the summer being confident that their kids will have a great experience at Arlington camps. Next slide. Thank you. So this was a huge, as the county manager alluded to, this was a huge team effort from my staff, and we just wanted to put this slide up here just to acknowledge the work that over the past 7 months that they have done. Almost everybody on this list also works on summer camp year-round, and so this project was just a big lift for them to get to do. Today, though, out somewhere in the internet, I'm also joined by Jennifer Fioretti, our Deputy Director, Cheryl Johnson, our Community Recreation Division Chief, Katie Salyers, our Summer Camp Coordinator, Shimin Brown, our Administrative Services Coordinator, who oversees our Customer Service Center, and Devin Koches, who's working on the PowerPoint, and they will be available as subject matter experts to answer any questions after the presentation. So our next slide is our timeline, and I showed this to you last March at my operating budget work session, and I'm sort of happy to say that we really followed our timeline for this project, and to get ourselves ready for the 2023 registration. And throughout this process, and you'll be hearing this a lot today, we really focused on these key considerations at the bottom corner: communications, technology, and operations, all with a lens of access and equity. Next slide. And so for today, just this is a little outline of what we're going to talk about. Next up. Thank you. And so the first, we'll just go with background. So as we noted, February 23rd, 2022 was the day of the summer camp registration, and we had a complete system failure that really impacted our customers in a really frustrating way for them, for us, for everybody, for you all, because you've got a lot of the complaints. And we were working with a vendor who we still continue to work with, but has had historic inconsistencies in their performance. What I would note, though, is after this happened, we spent our immediate time really focusing on summer 2022 and really trying to make that a very successful as possible. And I'm happy to say that we did serve over 14,000 participants in summer 2022. And overall, I think had a really excellent experience. That said, for us, summer camp is always an iterative process, and there's more we can do. So for some background, as the county manager mentioned, we were sort of tasked to come up with this project where we can improve the registration process and improve the access so that we can have more slots available for kids. And in doing so, we did a few things. We did an action after review, benchmark analysis, and staff and public engagement, and a technology review. All that work was done to drive us towards these recommendations, which I'll share with you shortly. One note as I go through this, we don't have a slide on benchmarking. We did do extensive benchmarking, but what we kind of found out through that was that in general, communities often do have similar technology problems as we did. They've spread out their registrations, which has worked, and they also continue to have a lot of supply and demand issues for some of their most popular camps. Next slide. Next slide. So our after-action review, again, talking about, we looked at technology, operations, and communications. One, our registration system couldn't handle the peak volume. We had issues internally that we really don't have a ton of staff who are skilled at that specific technology piece of knowing how to use the system. So we don't have a lack of redundancy on our own side. We had ourselves set up for a 50-line call center that was not sufficient, and we need to be prepared going in to have more. Again, supply outpaced demand. Demand outpaced supply, excuse me. And then at the end also, we didn't really have a great crisis communications plan. So in the moment, I think we might have been able to handle some of the sort of management of what was going on better. And so that was another area we wanted to look. Next slide. We also did engagement. As I noted earlier, we did both public engagement and staff engagement. You can go to the next slide, please. Particularly, though, we also did 2 focus groups on staff. We thought it was really important that we hear from our frontline employees who were directly involved in the summer camp registration. It was important to hear what worked for them, what didn't work for them, and their feedback really became the basis of the questions we asked the public. So that was I really appreciated that effort of connecting both the staff and the public. We did put out an engagement tool to the public. I think we had really good feedback from that. As you'll see up here, we broke it down into 2 groups. And those 2 groups, Group A, if you would just want to go back on the slide, Group A is sort of just generally people who's registered for camp or anybody who took it. Group B are people who self-identified as having fee reductions. And we just wanted to make sure we were taking their feedback and being really intentional about hearing what they all had to say. So on to the next slide. Hearing from them, really the highest ranking feedback we heard was fix the registration system. That resonated clearly from everybody who took it. But we also heard feedback about how we register, times and when we register, dates. We also heard feedback about how we can make things easier. So a lot of their feedback you will see in our recommendations as being reflected. Next slide. We also did a technology review. It was really clear to us that, as we all know, if the technology doesn't work, nothing works for us. So it was important that we have to get this right. We worked with, this VS up here is our Vermont Systems, is the company that oversees our work. We worked with them immediately to sort of root cause analysis to try to figure out what wasn't working that day and how do we fix this going on. You'll hear this later. We're implementing things like this virtual waiting room, and we've already done so to try to help to smooth out some of the demand and other changes they can do to make sure that we have a sort of more successful. We also did a RFI, a request for information, to hear from other systems to find out what we could hear. We had 6 vendors respond. I think it was really good to hear from them, although one of the things we heard from, nobody really came forward with a volume control solution that was any different than we're hearing from Vermont Systems. So that was kind of interesting to hear that there really is not, there's no silver bullet technology solution out there that we've been missing. So that really gets us into the heart of our presentation today, which is the recommendations. We broke them down again through our 3 lenses of technology, operations, and communication. First, we also broke them down into 2 things, into short-term, things we can fix for summer 2023, and then long-term, which we talk about as being 2024 and beyond. There are just some things that we are not able to accomplish this coming year. So for the short-term in technology, our first one was to do this waiting room systems. We have already implemented this with the Enjoy Arlington registrations. It's been quite successful. People come into the waiting room, and as volume allows, we let them out. It makes it so we don't flood the system. You get a spot. Everybody gets a spot at the same time. So if you log in early, it doesn't mean that you get higher up on the waiting room. It's really a random piece. And it's been quite successful so far, and we look forward to implementing that for summer camp. It also has been used by many other jurisdictions, and they too have been finding it very quite successful. Another short-term one is to modernize sort of the registration interface. As you all know, it's kind of clunky right now. That's something that's happening not just to us, but it's happening by our vendor for all of their systems. We expect this to be updated, and hopefully will be a better mobile and opportunity for our public to navigate the camp system. And then a long-term one is we need to do the next RFP and figure out what we want to do. We decided that it wasn't prudent for us to end something early with Vermont Systems. They're working really hard right now to help support us. We've had some successful registrations since then. We also know that this is our big system of record. We have almost 40,000 people in it, and to just transfer it over, it does a lot for us beyond just registration. So we want to be really thoughtful and systematic about it when the time comes. So that's the longer term. Then we move into operations. In the short term, we are modifying our dates and our times for registration. We will have registration in March. This past year, we registered both contractors and DPR camps for the first time. In the past, the contracted camps used to register on their own. We recognize that that might have caused some of the issues because there were so many people registering. So we're going to do contracted camps in 1 week, and then another week later, we will do DPR camps. We think that splitting up of days will help to manage the system. We've also, in the past, have registered in the morning. We've heard from parents that that really doesn't work for them. It's the time when they're, even at 7 a.m., they're getting their kids out the door, and that they can't just be trying to figure this out. We're going to move it to weekdays at noon. That's what we've been doing the Enjoy registration at as of now. We heard some feedback, actually across the board, that a weekend might be a better for the public, from some of the feedback we received. We will be open to looking to that as a future opportunity. As you'll see a little later, we need about over 100, or you can see it here, 50 employees or more to be available day of. So we just have to figure out when. I think it's going to just be a little bit more for us to figure out, can we do this on a weekend? So what we'd really like to do this year is have it on a weekday, noon, see how it works, and then reevaluate, send it out to the public at the end of the system. Hopefully it all goes well, and see if we can, maybe we'll iterate and try a different time next year. And we will also open up our call center for 100 lines. So just generally trying to make this more easy and accessible for the public. We are also doing something new this year we're calling it early access. Before contracted camps and DPR camps are open, the week before, we will have early access for people who need fee reductions or have documented hardships, and also people who participate in our adapted camps. That group will be able to come into our either come through phone or come to the Lubber Run and be able to work with us. A lot of times we hear people with fee reductions, their paperwork isn't up to date. They come to register on the first day of camp and realize that they are blocked because they can't get a fee reduction because their paperwork's not up to date. We want to make this an easy for them to do, so they'll be able to come in. If they have updated paperwork, share it with us, and we can register them on the spot. We've tried to limit this to a 25% total camp capacity for each camp, just because we want to keep some slots open. We've also seen that about 25% is the range that we have people with fee reductions in our programs. Next slide. We also want to update our refund policy. Since COVID and in general, we've had a pretty lax refund policy, which means that people were able to drop out of camp pretty close to the first day of camp and not have much of a financial penalty. As a result, we had people dropping out even as close as like the Friday before with COVID and other things. And we meant that we had slots that were then open that we were not able to fill because it was so close to it being to camp starting. We really want to ensure that we have these huge wait lists. We want to be able to get to those wait lists and have people actually get off them and get into camps. So we are going to be implementing a refund policy that we think we'll be very clear about. We're going to have it as clear once you register. We will be telling people about it all the way up to camp to make sure that people know. And we hope that by having something that has a little more teeth, people will be more cognizant about just sort of making a choice or dropping out. And we hope we can get more folks off the wait list and have a smoother and more filled slots, because it is sometimes a very frustrating thing to have a couple of open slots knowing it was a really popular camp at the time of registration. This will be really important for our staff to be consistent, and we will try to we want to stay consistent, which is that we're going to, across the board, we need to implement this. And then the last is optimizing our camp offerings. We've heard about this demand, and so we are looking to increase our capacity at our DPR camps and our contracted camps. At least 2 of our DPR camps, we're going to be going up to 100 kids, which is a different model that we've ever had. We usually had sort of lots of spread out camps. Instead, we're going to try to concentrate some of our locations, make them bigger, bring more specialty programming to those camps. They were typically about anywhere between 45 and 60 kids at those camps in the past, and we're going to try to up those numbers to closer to 100. And we're going to work with our contractors to do something similar. Also, we're going to look to see, when we see this, the full day, we're really trying to make sure that we are what people need, which is in a lot of cases also some childcare. So we're going to try to have as many full day camps as well. And then some long-term things is continuing to assess our summer camp offerings. That is really what we need to always do. Campus, as I said before, is an iterative process. We hear what works and then things kind of change. We are, for example, at Lover Run and Gunston, we now have full day childcare for our preschool program. Instead of turning those into camps, we're just going to have them be full year. So if you're registered in those camps, if you're registered in those programs, your kid can just continue to go so that you don't have to worry about pulling them out and then re-registering them. So we're just trying to make things smoother for people. Another future thing we're looking to do is to work on our extended day hours. It's always just been a little tricky on how we register for people for that, and it's something we need to work through just to make sure that we're doing a good job in making sure people that either have before care or after care know how to register with us. And then on the comm side, we have already updated our website to be much more user-friendly and make sure that you can really find what you're looking for on our sites. Again, we'll continue to be updating it. And we also need to implement this crisis communications plan. As I talked about earlier, we have already done this for our Enjoy programs, and I think it has worked that we are much more sort of ready day of to be getting anything that happens to us, and we hope that we will not have to implement this for summer camp, but we will be ready if we do. And that is the end of the presentation. I look forward to answering your questions and calling on my team should your questions be too complicated.
Ms. Rudolph, thank you very much. I really appreciate this. As my colleagues are putting on their lights, just one very straightforward question. I know that you all have really endeavored to not only keep us apprised, but the general community. Is there somewhere that interested parties can follow along with the results of the after action?
Yes, so on that website that we talked about how we updated, we have a camp website. You can get to it from the DPR site on the county website. It's right there. It says camps, and if you click on that, we actually have a project page for this. After this presentation, we're going to put both the report and this presentation online.
That's great. Thank you so much. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you. Thank you for the report and for all of the good work in response to the last war. But as we think about what you have planned in the short term this time around, did the weekday noon time slot that you've chosen, was that something that you sort of focus grouped with the A and B groups to get a sense of how desirable that was?
We did, and so we put out a lot of different ranges for people. We put out mornings, we put out weekdays, and we put out weekends. We did, as I noted, we did hear weekends was actually something that people were more interested in. I just want to share from a staffing perspective, we won't be ready to implement that this year. So that was sort of the sort of second best choice was noontime during the week. So we want to try that out, see how it works, and then I think we're going to probably do another public engagement survey after registration this year to kind of see how people feel like it went. We've been doing the noontime for Enjoy Arlington since the problem we had in February and March, and it has been quite successful.
Good. I mean, I hope it works. I will say that I have some skepticism that weekday at noon will prove to be something that meets both the convenience and equity lens that I bring to this. You know, pulling yourself away at noon is easier for some professionals than for others. And even for those for whom it's easy, it's a really interesting time of day to try and make sure you are unencumbered from work to go through a registration process. But, you know, I'm mostly concerned about hourly workers who don't have the ability to determine their own schedule to get a time away. So understanding the staffing difficulties, but, you know, fundamentally, hopefully we can shift towards, you know, meeting the needs of customers. If they've told us that weekends are better, and the reason that that's not feasible because it's not entirely convenient for us, I would just challenge us to figure out how we meet them where they are. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And well, I'll just say for the equity piece too, that I think we had a lot of conversations along the lines of if this is hard for me, it's got to be so much harder for others in our community. And so I just particularly appreciate the advanced registration for those. Not to say that every hourly worker is part of a family that's receiving a fee reduction, but I think that focus on having that group of Arlingtonians go first, right, so that we can meet them where they are, overcome barriers, as you've talked about, Ms. Rudolph, I think is really important. And one of the elements here that I'm most encouraged by. Sorry, I've now cut off my colleagues who are waiting so patiently, Mr. Karantonis, Ms. Garvey, and then Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Rudolph, that's awesome. Thank you for providing this report today. And I really appreciate the effort that goes into that. And I understand that we are still with a contractor. We are, and then in 2026 we'll have a more comprehensive conversation about that. With regards to this, I'm trying to understand how this pre-registration will work. The way I know it from other places here in the East Coast is that the department registers over, at the beginning of the year or so, over 2 weeks. Everybody, people, families are just noting their preferences, but they are not actually registering into the program. They're just saying, here we are interested in the program, and these are our preferences, including times and all this. And then there is a system of basically a lottery for the most sought after summer camps. How is our system going to be different than that? So when you pre-registered, what is exactly what happens?
So we are not doing a lottery.
We're not doing a lottery, I
No,
understand.
when we benchmarked against other communities, no one's been really, if you have examples, we'd love to hear them. We have not found a community that's using the lottery function. It hasn't really worked for them. This is really just an opportunity in that first week before we open it up to the general public for people who have fee reductions with us to come in and register for camp. They will actually get a slot at the camps a week before everybody else.
So the pre-registration is basically still serving the first come, first serve, right?
It is serving the first come, first serve of people who are
More challenges, challenged,
more,
et cetera.
right, and more barriers to being able to
Okay.
potentially register or have the paperwork that they need to prove that they can get a fee reduction.
Fine, I understand that, but still there will be a run on first come, first serve when this opens.
Our entire
to-
system continues to be that way, as is our classes too.
Well, I see that you're trying to distribute the load and to manage the peaks. I get that. I very much hope this goes well. I still have my reservations on this, in addition to the reservations that Mr. Dorsey has expressed. But I really think that there is a serious effort to improve here, and I appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. I understand the concerns of my colleagues, and I'm sure it won't go perfectly, but I think it's going to go a whole lot better than it did the last time. At least I'm convinced that you've made incredible efforts to make sure that it does, and I really, really appreciate that. I think the early access for folks with hardships is just great, and it was kind of like, we haven't been doing that. I mean, you just listen to it, it just makes so much sense to be doing that, so thank you. Are you going to be able to do a survey afterwards again? So like what informed this was, so you're planning to do that again?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, that would be great. So we do an iterative, what's that called, an OODA loop or something like that, where we keep improving. That's great. I really appreciate how responsive we're trying to be. I think sometimes with these programs, you just sort of do things the way they've always been done, and they kind of maybe worked when they were planned and put together back in the like 1999 or so, it was just, that's the way it worked, and so we just keep doing it. And so this, you got handed a whole bunch of lemons, because it was just a big mess, and I think you've really kind of made lemonade out of it, and taken advantage of the need to fix the registration system to look at fixing so much more, and I really do appreciate the effort. So I look forward to the report and the survey next time, and just want to say thank you, because I know this was not an easy lift, and it won't be easy to implement, but I think it's going to be a huge difference and make it much better for our folks, so thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brendan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of questions that sort of follow up a little bit on Mr. Dorsey's. The first, on the 12 noon, is a question. I would imagine if you've got a waiting room, that it might take, that even with the pre-registration of up to 25%, it still might take a number of hours, an hour or two if you have a lot of people that first Wednesday. And I wondered, not being a parent, what I've heard from people is, and I know you know this, but it's sort of a hope for an understanding of expectations. And so do we have something that, do we have a sense of how long it might take, or is there a way we can, you might describe that, you know, if you budget an hour on your lunch hour and it goes 2 hours, that might be a challenge. And I don't know if that is something that you've thought about as far as just trying to manage expectations for those, that first of the 3 different moments when it will be busy.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I think 2 things. One, we want to do a lot of notification, even though we've been using this waiting room already for our Enjoy classes. We know that this is a different population than those people who take those activities. And we will do notifications to people in advance to sort of set expectations of what to expect when they get online. We have found, though, at least through what we've been doing so far, that it actually goes faster once you're in the wait room, because we're able to monitor, like we are pushing people out, it's within seconds, not in with minutes. So if it's more smoothly done, people are able to often get in and do their business much, much faster. And so we saw, for example, for some of our Enjoy registrations, that the waiting room was shut down after 15, 20 minutes because we were already getting through the line so quickly. Now camp, individuals are registered. It's an interesting thing of like, because I can't compare everything to Enjoy because the way people register are different. We have more people registering in Enjoy, whereas in camp we have less people, but they are registering for more things. So, but I don't, again, this is a very stressful thing for us to talk about because this is all under the assumption that the technology works, and that is our real hope, and we are working towards that. If the technology works, we do not anticipate people being online for an hour or even 2. We anticipate it going much, much more quickly, and so that people are really only blocking out 15, 20 minutes for this, but that is our hope. So, but I appreciate the suggestion, and we are there with you that we need to do a lot of engagement so that people are aware of what to expect when they get on. And then actually, even when you're in at the waiting room, because I went in, we can also message it there. You see where you are in the line, and we talked about when you're going to be getting off. So it helps to, even when you're in it, isn't just like a little spinning circle.
Mm-hmm. Great. Adapted camps, are those for young people with differing abilities? Do I have that right? Okay. And then I don't know what the breakdown is between contractor and DPR camps. Is there a percent? Because 25% for the need, those in need, sorry to ask that question, but if you had a sense, because that would split out the number of people applying, and so is there a breakdown approximately of how many kids are doing adapted and how many kids are doing DPR?
So adapted camps are just camps for people who have disabilities. We run them. They're DPR camps. The reason why we just split those out for early registration is that we've had some cases where people sort of didn't know what they were supposed to be registering for because they're very specific camps.
Yep.
So that's a very, very small portion of what we do, but we wanted just to have that time open so that we have staff on board who can answer people's questions to understand what's the appropriate camp for their child.
Great. And then the contractor and DPR is
It's not 50-50. We have more contracted camps than we do have DPR camps, but it will definitely split the load on those 2 different weeks by splitting out contracted camps and DPR camps.
Great, thanks. I just, all those, the detail in the slides and the amount of work is clear, and even appreciating 6 months ago or when we had or I guess it's 9 months ago now, or the strength with which you're trying to lead us through this difficult moment. I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Is there any degree to which the contractor versus DPR maps onto what at least is kind of colloquially understood as the most popular camps, right? Because I know with Enjoy, I think we broke aquatics and gymnastics out for separate pre-registration. I think generally speaking, those are some of our most popular summer camps too. Are those any more likely to be contractor than DPR, or there's no real?
I think our issue wasn't really what was it? It was more the just large demand all around. I think we had too many things in the system. So there are some sports camps that are very popular. The DPR camps typically are very popular, but then also we've just seen it's really weird because it also depends sometimes on the weeks. So we have some weeks that are very popular in July and actually in early August, and then we have some weeks that are really quiet where we get less. So it's not just about the popularity, it's also the popularity and the week itself. One thing I wanted to note, which I think we're excited about, also about the early access, is that historically we've seen less people with fee reductions taking in the contracted programs, although they do qualify for it. So we're also hoping that we can work with families in that pre-registration week and sort of they can understand the sort of depth and breadth of what their children can participate in, and know that they can potentially take a sort of more of a specialty camp that they might not normally have thought that they could do because they didn't realize that they also had fee reductions. So I think it's going to be, again, hopefully all things considered, a positive experience.
Great. And then I want to just make sure I'm understanding, I really appreciated the point about the camp expansion. So when you talk about blending the traditional camp with special programming, is that kind of theory of the case there that rather than have, a half dozen different specialty camps, you would have a much bigger general camp that all families can sign up for, and then if you really cared about nature programming, for example, you might get kind of, I guess what they call in education, the push-in, right? Rather than signing up for a different camp?
That's sort of the idea. We're still going to have our nature camps. They're beloved. We will still have some art camps, but for example, at some of the art camps where they've been sort of all over the county, we're going to have them all at one location so that those art camps can share supplies and be more efficient in their use. At some of these larger camps, the 100-person camps, we're going to bring programs to them as well. We just want to make sure that families realize that if they're sending their kid to a big sort of general camp, that they too get some really fun activities and get to engage in nature and art and other things, to know that this general camp itself will have all of what DPR offers.
That's great. And we will hopefully then achieve more spots doing it that way.
That is our goal.
Okay.
Our goal across the board is to achieve more slots this year and then keep working towards figuring out how we can continue to have more slots across the board.
Great. Thank you. Well, I really appreciate this work. I mean, of course, the proof will be in the pudding, right, next year, but I think I reflect on a lot of these changes, and I think it's very easy to see them through the lens of the user experience, which is what matters most, right? The ability to, or the requirement to, have that phased log on, right? Gives everybody a chance to figure out where they still might have holes in their schedule before DPR camps become available. That will hopefully cut down on the kind of scramble to register for anything. I want to call out, and I appreciate, Ms. Rudolph, your point about this is going to be emphasized a number of times, so we can start emphasizing it now. That change in the refund policy, I think, matters a lot, right? When the costs are really low to signing up for maybe multiple camps, even the same week, it's rational for folks to do that, but it has really negative downstream effects for others on the wait list. And I learned recently from conversation with you, this makes sense. We are not able to go dedupe our registration to see if a family has maybe signed up for the same, for camps at competing times, because there are contractor camps, there are DPR camps, they may have multiple kids, et cetera. So I think there probably are, I don't know how widespread it is, but there probably are the phenomenon, again, people acting pretty rationally to sign up for multiple camps, but withdrawing so close. So I suspect we might get a couple of complaints beginning of next summer when those penalties are assessed, but knowing that really serves the good of the whole community and the ability for people to get off those wait lists and sign up for camps is really encouraging. So I've also seen as an Enjoy customer, although I appreciate the caveat that that's not exactly the same population. I do think having those kind of split out registration times seems to make a difference for that process. So I hope it too will make a difference here. And then again, just appreciate the effort to grow supply. I think it's salient, as much as we want to talk about improvements, and that's right, serving 14,000 camp participants, right? I think we had this real narrative that got spun up around registration earlier this year that there was just this massive shortage of camp. And as Ms. Rudolph noted in your own presentation, it is likely still the case that demand outstrips supply, but we are serving thousands of Arlington's young people in these camps. And so I hope that by getting the registration correct, we can help that process continue to work well for so many thousands of families. Because at the end of the day, that is what matters. I really appreciated your starting with the purpose of camp. I know, Ms. Garvey, you'd made that really good point. Why are we doing this? And when we get those young Arlingtonians into these camp settings, I know they're having really enriching experiences. And so not losing sight of the purpose of this whole registration project is to get more young Arlingtonians into those enriching experiences with minimum headaches and agony for families. So Ms. Rudolph, thank you. I'll look forward to sharing that presentation with, I know, a lot of really interested folks in our community. I don't think I see any other questions. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, and I just want to add also, I think we're also trying just to support parents. I think parents have a really tough time these days. It's not easy being a parent. I remember what it was like a bit, and I think it's even harder today. And the more we can do to make life easier for parents as they're trying to have good experiences for their children, the better off we'll all be. So I really appreciate it.
If DPR has any solutions for the RSV and conjunctivitis going around Arlington's daycares, we'll take that.
I think that might be in our next report that we've got coming up.
Thank you so much. All right, Mr. Manager, actually speaking of infectious diseases,
Yes.
back to you.
My final item, I wanted to give a COVID update. This information has been provided publicly, but I thought it was important to just mention it here. We are reaching a new phase in our operations. The Public Health Division Vaccination Clinic, which opened 2 years ago, we've given more than 215,000 doses, is permanently going to close on December 17th. And so demand has significantly decreased at the clinic. We have COVID-19 vaccines widely available in the community through pharmacies, urgent care centers, medical providers. And if you go on vaccines.gov, which I encourage people to go, you can find nearly 50 locations in Arlington to go get a vaccine. When the Omicron variant emerged at the end of 2021, about a year ago, in early 2022, the number of cases went to record high levels. We had, you may not remember this, but in a single week we had 4,000 cases reported early in 2022. In contrast, last week, Arlington had 200 cases. So our community level, as assessed, has remained at low for 12 weeks, and reported cases and hospitalizations for COVID have been decreasing the past 3 months. So up until the 17th of December, about a month from now, we're still taking appointments and walk-ins, and that's for everyone who wants to get the primary series or boosters, and that's for kids from 6 months all the way up to whatever age you are. The space we had for COVID vaccinations at Walter Reed has already been turned back to Parks and Recreation, and the space in the Arlington Mill Community Center will be emptied out and cleared as of December 17th. I think the Department of Human Services will be picking up some of that space. But now is still the best time to get your vaccination, okay? Please do it. You need the increased protection for severe illness, especially when you're gonna be spending time indoors or in crowds during the holiday season. Very important. Now a little bit about testing. All the county curative COVID-19 testing kiosks will close on the last day of this month, with the exception of Arlington Mill. It's interesting because we have a kiosk right out here outside our building. It has been a ghost town, literally no one in line for many weeks. The closure of this kiosk follows a significant drop in testing demand. We've had an 80% decline since November of last year. And the fact is there's widespread availability of at-home and pharmacy-based tests. The kiosk at Arlington Mill is going to remain open through the end of the year to remind people it's no-cost testing for nearby residents. More than 1 in 3 visitors to Arlington Mill are uninsured, and a little bit over 50% of the visitors live in zip codes 22204 and 22206. And where there has been a disproportionate impact of the pandemic. And important, and I want to make sure people hear this, the Department of Public Safety, Communications, and Emergency Management is distributing rapid test kits to the uninsured and underinsured through local nonprofits. We've been doing that in the past, and we're going to continue to do that. Distribution is underway, and we're going to be doing it through December. And just last week, we delivered 13,000 test kits to AFAC, which has been a partner for us in handing out some of those test kits. And there are additional testing sites, again, available if you go on the website, our website, and there's a connection there to the Virginia Department of Health testing locator. So I'm going to say we've learned to cope. We have a lot of tools, and we've reached the point where this illness, which is still the same severe illness, we're able to handle it better than we were a few years ago. But again, and Dr. Varghese calls me and reminds me of this all the time, please take the steps you need to protect yourself, whether that's wearing a mask, get tested if you need to, get vaccinated, and follow the guidance. And as you noted, Madam Chair, there's other infectious diseases going around, RSV and some other diseases. And our hospitals have been filling up, not with COVID patients, but with other patients. So it's really important that people maintain their protection for themselves and to do their part for the community. And that concludes my report.
Yeah, thank you. Boy, have we come a long way. I'd like to suggest we perhaps invite Dr. Varghese back for December or so for what I consider his annual, although it doesn't happen annually, but almost a little talk about the importance of washing your hands, getting your flu shot. I really think the flu shots are really important, and I find I'm still, as people, wearing my mask a bit just because it just seems to make sense in this day and age with all of the things going around. And getting, in the winter when people are in close and there's still flu and other things going on. So that's great. A question for you, Mr. Schwartz, which probably is maybe more for Dr. Varghese, is how is the VAMS system doing? I had sent you some emails. I had my own experience with it, was not good. After a long, long time, they should, it seems to me, have it kind of working. And I'm just sort of thinking, down the road, we may have to, do something like this again sooner than we would like. And it would be nice to think that the state's got a up and running system that's working pretty well that we can work with. Because I know that was the interface between our own, what we were doing and with the VAMS was kind of tricky at times.
So I wanted to thank you. You had alerted us to some challenges that that people you knew were having. And we went in and did some secret shopping and found a few little glitches here and there, but the VAM systems has been working very well. It doesn't mean that it's incapable of having glitches at certain times, but reports I've been hearing back over the last couple of weeks is that it's been doing well. But again, if people are having concerns with that, they can still get in touch with us and let us know, and we'll be happy to assist them.
Thank you. No, I'm not hearing any now. I think I'm glad to hear it's working pretty well. And then just a shout out, I took my 94-year-old mother in, and indeed there weren't a whole lot of people there. She got a lot of attention, and we both really had a lot of fun getting her last booster. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garvey. All right. Oh, Mr. Cantonis.
Yes, just a question for my education and clarifying issues. So as of December 31st, we are not going to be offering any testing in the cubes or in Sequoia, right? But we will be offering test kits, which also DHS will have.
That's correct.
Not only AFAC or other nonprofits.
No, and so, we distribute.
If somebody walks through the door.
We're working with our emergency management staff. We're making sure that not only AFAC was an example of one nonprofit. We have a series of nonprofit network providers that have been getting those kits. We're going to continue to push them out to people. I'm going to say this, and we've worked with our nonprofit partners. They've done an excellent job. Nobody should, again, feel like there's a barrier somehow that if they can't afford it, that they have to go to a pharmacy and do it. We have these test kits available, and people should take advantage of them.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz, have we coordinated with APS on this? And specifically what I'm interested in is knowing whether or not they still have the requirements to have students who are COVID positive submit PCR tests as a condition for return to school?
I will have to say I'm not up to date on the most recent pronouncements from APS on that, but I can find out.
Yeah, I would just encourage us to make sure that we're coordinating in lockstep there, because we might, I think overall this approach feels right to me, given the availability of resources, but testing, particularly if it's a requirement to do things and participate, and we don't have any free PCR testing that is available, to me, that can be a problem. And, while the VDH website, I think, has done a great job with providing notice of where and what types of vaccines are eligible from private providers, their testing site is not as quality. So it's, I don't really know how anybody could use that to reliably find a PCR test that might be available for them. So I'll leave that to you to figure out administratively, but just a note of concern there.
Appreciate that. I don't think I see any other questions. Mr. Manager, did you have any other items for us
No, that concludes
today?
my report.
Okay, thank you very much. We will move now into a couple of items for closed session. I specifically move that County Board convene a closed session as authorized by Virginia Code Sections 2.2, 3711 A.3, 5, 19, and 29 for the following. First, a discussion regarding the disposition of publicly held real property where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position of the public body. Two, a discussion regarding prospective business where no previous announcement has been made of the business's interest in locating or expanding its facilities in Arlington. Three, a discussion regarding cybersecurity threats and the county's plan to protect against such threats, where discussion in an open meeting would jeopardize the information technology system of the county. And four, a discussion regarding the award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds, where discussion in an open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, I'm going to recognize Mr. Dorsey with a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are in closed session now. We will convene no earlier than 6:30 p.m. to hear those items pulled from our consent agenda. Thank you. There you go. All right, welcome back, everyone. I move that we certify, the members of the county board certify the just concludes closed session. First, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and two, only such public business matters as identified in the motion by which the closed session was convened were heard or discussed or considered by the board. Ms. Jacobs will call, oh, I'm sorry, I need a second. Seconded by Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Jacobs will call the roll.
Ms. Crystal?
Yes.
Mr. Dorsey?
Yes.
Mr. Caratonis?
Yes.
Ms. Garvey? Yes. Mr. DeFerranti?
Yes.
All right, we are ready to move into our consent agenda. A few announcements for those who've joined us this evening to speak on the consent, on the items pulled from the consent agenda. If you are speaking in person tonight, that podium height can be moved up and down using the arrow buttons on your right. We do ask that you speak clearly into the microphone. That helps us hear you. It also helps the audio pick up for those who might be watching at home. If you are submitting documents as part of your testimony, please give them to our clerk who can distribute them to us. And we encourage you to include your name and contact information so we know where to follow up with you. For remote speakers, please keep your microphones muted and your cameras off until you're called on to speak. You can unmute yourself using *6 if you're on the phone, or clicking that microphone button on the toolbar if you were using Teams on either an app or your browser. Ms. Jacobs, could you please call our first two speakers?
Yes. First speaker is John Carton, followed by Dana Small.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Carton.
John Carton, you just need to unmute. Yep, there you go. Oh, I'm sorry, you're still muted. See the little microphone on your screen? If you could just click that. There you
we go. Good evening. We can hear you now.
Hi, my name's John Carton. I'm representing Lion Village. We first want to express our appreciation to the police for their hard work in implementing the Bar and Restaurant Initiative in the Clarendon neighborhood and making it a safer place for everyone. We also value the Clarendon. Okay.
We can still hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. We also value the Clarendon Live Entertainment Group meetings. Prior to COVID, these meetings were held quarterly. During COVID, the meeting frequency was changed to once every 6 months. Now that the activity in Clarendon, now that the activity in Clarendon has returned to pre-COVID levels, we request that these meetings be returned to a quarterly schedule. We continue to have problems with amplified music from Don Tito's Rooftop Bar. The rooftop bar has no noise containment structure to contain the amplified music. This allows the noise to travel and disturb nearby residents. In addition, Don Tito's dumpsters on North Hudson Street often block the sidewalk. Sometimes trash overflows onto the sidewalk. This forces pedestrians, including those with disabilities, into the street. Next, the Barbell Outdoor Cafe is very loud at night as the music in the restaurant comes through several large open windows that Barbell staff uses to serve customers. We're not aware of any other bar with loud indoor music that's allowed to have large windows open to the exterior. We request that the renewal of the permit for this outdoor cafe be denied until these windows are closed. Next is Wilson Hardware. It has a back rooftop area that's located on North Garfield Street side of the business. The back rooftop on many occasions had very loud music piped from inside to it. This is particularly problematic because the back of the rooftop is located next to single-family homes on Garfield Street. We request that Wilson Hardware be directed to stop externally broadcasting music. We also request that Wilson Hardware be directed to stop allowing its employees to park their vehicles on the North Garfield Street sidewalk. Next is Be Live, which in March 2022 was granted live music use permit. It gave it later weeknight music hours than any other establishment. Doors to Be Live were constantly left open, acoustic curtains generally not drawn with very loud music being played. We request that Be Live and the future Cocoa Bees weeknight hours and much earlier. And in conclusion, we want to point out that unfortunately there's a shortage of trash cans in the Clarendon Central Bar District. There are only a
Thank you,
limited
Mr.
number
Carton.
of where there are cans. So we'd like to have more.
Thank you, Mr. Carton.
For the opportunity to comment.
Thanks, Mr. Carton. And we are as well in receipt of the letter from the Civic Association. Thank you.
Our next,
You're welcome.
I'm sorry. Our next speaker is Dana Small.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi. Sorry, you started so quickly. I just wanted to say that I was very concerned about the opening of Be Live. And although Cocoa Bees has not opened, and April, May, June, July were really worse than I could have ever imagined. Especially with being a working person and having a daughter who was interning. Here, they would blow past their stated times repeatedly. The loud bass, could hear it in my music studio, which has double drywall. Could still hear that bass going. Just terrible. And adding with that the rooftop music from the Up at TTT, the DJ that started going from 10 to 12, from 10 to 2 a.m. weekends at Mexicali Blues. Just a crazy, crazy scene. I would say that the sidewalks not being able to pass, I would say that things have been better because Be Live seems to have slowed down to music 2 nights a week. So that's good, but I just don't know what the future holds. And so I just wanted to share those concerns. And I hope that, so I have seen some improvement, but it's been pretty rough going here up until recently. And I hope that you will, at a minimum, give the assurance of having Be Live not being the place that gets to be open until have later weeknight hours than anyone else. I believe that's 1 o'clock when Wilson Hardware has 12:30. And treating everyone the same when they're not located the same isn't great either. And that's all I have to say on my short notice. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Small. We appreciate your time. All right, Madam Clerk, those are our only speakers on items pulled from the consent agenda. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, we will move on to hearing then that item, if you could call it for us.
Yes, item number 4A are use permits and site plan amendment reviews for live entertainment or live entertainment and dancing for establishments in the Clarendon Live Entertainment Group, as well as 4B, which is a use permit review for live entertainment and dancing located at 3101 Wilson Boulevard.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn things to the manager to introduce the staff, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Before I introduce staff, I just wanted to let you know what's before the board tonight are use permits and site plan amendments for live entertainment. So that is a fairly defined scope, but I've asked staff to give you a broader update on our approach to live entertainment and nighttime issues in Clarendon, because it's a bigger question. Sometimes people think that we can use our zoning ordinance to affect everything. We can't. So there's some different approaches. So I'm going to ask Jill Hunger to start off with a presentation that focuses on the strategy about that, and then Cedric Sutherland will talk specifically about the actual use permits. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jill.
Good evening.
Great, thank you. I think we have a presentation. Thank you, Manager Schwartz. Thank you to our board members for having me here this evening. Again, Jill Hunger, and I'm with CPHD. I wanted to provide you a little bit of a background information about, as Mark pointed out, what we are doing. So today, we're before you a consolidated review of about 20 use permits for live entertainment in the Clarendon area. Next slide. Thank you. From the Clarendon Sector Plan, which was adopted originally in 2006 and just recently amended, there's a statement called out that Wilson Boulevard between Washington Boulevard and Highland Street has served for over 50 years as one of Arlington's most popular destinations for retail and entertainment uses. The first live entertainment use permit for an establishment that is still operational and being reviewed was approved in 2005. And Whitlow's, which has closed since the last review, had its use permit approved in 1995. Over time, while some businesses have closed and new ones have opened, Clarendon continues to remain one of Arlington's most popular destinations for retail and entertainment. Fostering this vision, especially as Arlington continues to grow and evolve, comes with successes and challenges. While still recovering from COVID-related losses, restaurants with outdoor dining and live entertainment contribute to the economic health of Arlington, providing a rich amenity to all that live, work, or visit Arlington. This success is one of the reasons our residents and businesses point to when asked, why Arlington? And more than just an amenity, these active uses and their customers must play another important role, that of a good neighbor. To do this, mitigation of the byproducts of active uses, such as crowds, noise, and trash, are addressed through updated and revised processes and use permit conditions, training through the Arlington Restaurant Initiative, collaborative work between restaurateurs, neighbors, and county staff, and continued communication. Later in this presentation, Cedric will speak to the use permits for live entertainment in Clarendon, these updated conditions, and the continued work of the Clarendon Live Entertainment Group. And prior to that, we would like to provide you an update of our ongoing process improvements. In March, during the county manager's report, we presented a who to call chart for the potential noise violations. We also updated the webpage to provide additional information and FAQs. More recently, as we continue to improve our processes, we've diagrammed how a complaint is investigated and handled. Having these infographics make it easier for everyone, staff included, to understand this process. In May, we reinstituted an interdepartmental nighttime response team, including police, code enforcement, zoning, fire, and public health. This team visited Clarendon on 2 nights in a coordinated approach in advance of the summer season, in May and in June. What we did in there was to establish and obtain baseline measurements of environmental noise during nighttime hours, to inspect and ensure compliance with approved conditions associated with live entertainment, and to determine areas of continued education and discussion with our Arlington Restaurant Initiative participants. We anticipate continuing this interdepartmental approach throughout the year in Clarendon and other areas of the county. And while enforcement and correction is important, knowledge, education, and communication are also key components in maintaining the balance between Arlington's mixed-use active areas and adjacent residential neighborhoods. We do provide assistance. Arlington works closely with its business community, from a nascent idea to build out to operations. The Arlington County Police Department partnered with our county agencies to establish the ARI, and the goal is to raise the standards of restaurants that serve alcohol, streamline processes within the county, and maintain Arlington as a safe destination for nightlife and entertainment. They offer training, community partnerships, and a point of contact, alcohol safety outreach, and general information sharing. BizLaunch, which sits within Arlington Economic Development, offers free educational workshops and webinars, marketing support, and practical business resources. In keeping its status of a destination for retail and entertainment, Clarendon continues to evolve. Clarendon, as well as the rest of the county, saw significant growth and innovation around outdoor dining at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we are now looking at lessons learned and listening to restaurateurs, diners, and anybody else that has an interest in outdoor dining. We'll be coming back to you for a more detailed overview in December. So I started this presentation highlighting the history and number of restaurants in Clarendon that have live entertainment use permits. We have done much work in balancing the expectations of our restaurants with the quality life of our residents. We know that this work must continue and recognize that it requires not only the commitment of staff, but also the cooperations from our restaurateurs and the continued dedication of our residents. And I'll now turn it over, and with that, I'd like to turn this over to Cedric to present the reviews before the county board today. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Cedric Sutherland with the Arlington County Planning Division. First, want to thank Jill for the introduction and briefing about how noise complaints are handled within the county. I also would like to acknowledge Samantha Brian, the business outreach liaison with the Arlington Police Department, who is here as well to address any concerns that come up with their agency. For this portion of the presentation, I will be describing agenda items 4A, 4B, which are scheduled reviews of establishments located within the Clarendon Live Entertainment Group, known as the CLEG. These are bundled together as agenda item 4A, whereas agenda item 4B is a review of an establishment, East West Coffee and Wine, that is located within the CLEG area, but until now was not formally included within the CLEG, which is an issue that is being rectified with the proposed recommendation. Overall, these actions address renewals of use permits and site plan amendments for restaurant establishments within the Clarendon area that offer live entertainment and/or dancing, along with outdoor cafes for some establishments. Each of these additional uses are considered accessory to the principal use of a restaurant and are subject to use permit approval. Staff is supportive of these accessory uses as they help enliven the commercial core of Clarendon in a manner consistent with the goals of the Clarendon Sector Plan. The purpose of these use permit reviews are to ensure that each establishment is operating in a manner consistent with the county board's approval and in compliance with the adopted codes and ordinances. The CLEG was established in 2002 by the county board for the purpose of providing a coordinated process for addressing concerns related to the concentration of live entertainment and dancing uses in Clarendon. The formation of the group also consolidated the use permit and site plan amendment reviews into one review cycle, with the county board reviews every 2 years and an intervening administrative review between county board reviews. However, as new establishments are proposed, their applications are considered outside of this cycle, but their reviews are often synchronized with the larger group. The CLEG consists of representatives from participating establishments, community members, and county staff, which includes planning, inspection services division, zoning, enforcement, police, and fire department, as well as public health. Currently, there are 17 operating establishments in the CLEG. Item B, East West Coffee and Wine, will be the 18th establishment with incorporation into the CLEG as proposed in the county manager's recommendation for this item. On Saturday, a new use permit for chicken and whiskey located at 3033 Wilson Boulevard was approved by the county board, which will be the 19th establishment. During this current review period, 3 establishments have closed: Whitlow's, Bracket Room, and Goat, and their use permits are recommended to be discontinued. As COVID restrictions begin to relax, live entertainment and dancing uses resumed in 2022 or earlier this year. County staff noticed an increase in stated concerns from the community regarding live entertainment uses in Clarendon. Following the May CLEG meeting, staff committed to perform a comprehensive review of use permit conditions applicable to the CLEG establishments. The goal of this effort was to create a standard set of conditions that will be applied in a uniform manner to all CLEG establishments, which will easily be understood by all participants, community members, and county staff. The conditions presented tonight with the renewal of the CLEG establishment use permits reflect the culmination of this effort. Overall, staff believes the conditions provide more balanced and equal approach to live entertainment and dancing uses in Clarendon. However, we are cognizant that they are not perfect and that there are some concerns from establishments and community members. One element of these condition revisions did not address are the hours of operation, which do vary among CLEG establishments. This is an area staff may evaluate with future use permit reviews. As a part of the conditions update, staff reviewed best practices from around the country. The purpose of this effort was to understand how other jurisdictions address similar concentrations of live entertainment venues. Staff was able to determine that existing condition language for live entertainment uses were generally consistent with other jurisdictions that were analyzed. Most revisions to the condition language are minor to ensure that they are concise and clear, but more importantly, that they are applied uniformly to all establishments. For instance, proposed condition number 2 reformats how permitted hours of operation are stated from paragraph form to table form. This achieves staff's goal of making sure the condition is easy for all stakeholders to understand. Other condition revisions broaden the CLEG's establishment, liaisons, representatives, and meeting participation for the CLEG. Whereas the majority of the condition revisions are minor in that they are either a reformat of existing condition language or bring condition language up to current standards. Some of the revisions proposed by staff are new elements. These more substantive revisions include requirements that CLEG establishments provide identifiable security members during live band and DJ performances, sweep and remove trash from the sidewalk within an hour of the establishment closing, and become a member of the Arlington Restaurant Initiative, better known as ARI. Additionally, staff is recommending removing the approved outdoor live entertainment permission for Pamplona. This was approved via site plan amendment prior to the tenant, for the prior tenant, before the current zoning ordinance restrictions on this type of use. Staff has learned that the applicant is not using outdoor live entertainment, and since no other establishment within the CLEG has this permission, staff is recommending that this allowance be removed from Pamplona's use permit. Lastly, staff is recommending that rooftop areas be treated the same as outdoor cafe areas regarding the use of speakers and broadcast devices such as televisions and projectors during certain times. The zoning ordinance provides a time limit regarding these uses within outdoor cafe areas, which are reflected in the conditions, and it is these hours that staff is proposing to be extended to the rooftop areas as well. Staff believes that this will still allow patrons to utilize these areas even without the audio and visual equipment, and will address significant issues raised by the community. Further, this provides clarity for enforcement staff so that they are not trying to discern where outdoor speaker noise is coming from if it's beyond the permitted hours proposed by these conditions. Staff met with the restaurateurs on October 20th to share and solicit feedback on proposed conditions. Additionally, staff discussed conditions with individual operators and made revisions to conditions based upon these meetings and conversations. And this year, additionally, this year, staff conducted 2 CLEG meetings on May 24th and on November 1st. Staff also conducted outreach to surrounding civic associations and interested parties who have weighed in on CLEG matters before. The Clarendon Courthouse Civic Association and the Clarendon Alliance have not provided responses for item 4A, but has expressed support of renewal for item 4B. Staff has not received responses from Lion Park, Citizens Association, as well as the Station Square condo residents. Additionally, Ashton Heights has expressed support for the CLEG renewals with the conditions as proposed. Additionally, we heard from Lion Village Citizens Association, who has expressed outstanding concerns related to police response times to noise complaints. the frequency of CLEG meetings, noise from rooftop areas and establishments with doors and windows open, trash accumulating on sidewalks, parking on sidewalks, and hours of operation. Staff believes that most of these concerns can be addressed through compliance with the proposed conditions. Some CLEG operators have also expressed concern over the restriction of speaker and visual display usage within the rooftop areas, the removal of outdoor live entertainment, and posting of materials such as the proximity to metro awareness and the parking awareness, as well as the notice asking patrons to respect the peace of the neighborhood. However, as previously stated, staff believes that these conditions are appropriate as mitigation measures for all establishments to be operating with the same procedures in a manner that increases their ability to operate in a harmonious manner with nearby residential and commercial uses. Therefore, staff is recommending that the county board for agenda 4A, 1, discontinue items 4, 5, and 6 due to those establishments closing. 2, adopt items 1 and 2. And 3, renew items 3 and items 8 through 20 with reviews in 6 months, which will be May 2023. Additionally, the county manager recommends renewal of agenda item 4B for East West Coffee and Wine with the county board review to align with the previous noted reviews in May 2023. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much. Stay close. I imagine we might have some. Given the length of the motion and the number of implicated establishments, I think it might make sense for us to go ahead and start with the motion on the table as a way of structuring discussion. So I'm going to turn to Mr. Dorsey for that motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Sutherland, for walking through that so I can be more concise. I'd like to move the county board adopt the recommendations of the county manager in board reports 4A and 4B dated November 8th, 2022, which are, in summary, to discontinue 3 subject use permits due to the closing of the stated restaurants during the review period. 2, to adopt site plan amendments for items 1 and 2 under 4A, which are ordinances for site plan amendments for approval of live entertainment, subject to all previously approved conditions and the amended conditions contained in the report, with the county board review in 6 months. And then for items 4A, number 3, and 8 through 20, to review the subject use permits for live entertainment, subject to all previously approved conditions contained in the report, with again a review in 6 months by the county board. And then for 4B, it is to renew the use permit associated with the site plan for East West Coffee Wine, subject to the proposed conditions, with the county board review on the same timeline, May 2023.
That's been seconded by Mr. Karantonis. Thank you. I'm also remiss because I believe we have some of the applicants with us tonight. Is that correct? Did any of you gentlemen want to make a presentation, or should I just assume you're available for questions? We're not applicants. We're here representing which is not among the applicants. Okay, well, in that case, stay close. We may have requests for you, but since I don't believe you're among our applicants tonight, I will spare you having to give comment. They are. You are.
Don Tito, yeah.
Okay, so thank you. If you all would like to. Okay, great. Indeed, okay. So an applicant for a live entertainment permit, to put that. So you're welcome to, if you wanted to make comments, otherwise we'll consider you available for questions. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself for the record, though, we'd take that.
Excuse me.
Need you to press the microphone, and you might want to also, you can press the button on the actual microphone. There you go.
Good evening. My name is Joe McDevitt. I am the managing partner at Don Tito. I'm here with my partners, Jason Fisher and Nick Cordero. First of all, I just would like to say that, we're not here to combat any of the citizens or the county at all. We want to be upstanding members of this community. And we hear all the complaints that we have against us. We've actually applied for a permit to have a full enclosure on our rooftop to help combat all the noise. We've also increased the number of trash cans that we've had just to make sure that there's no more trash on the street. Anything?
Yeah, just with the regulations and stuff like that with Clarendon, it's already been, as you guys know, very tough with COVID to get back on our feet with the restaurant business. I've been doing this for about 15 years with my father, Mike Cordero, that's a chef. We own Barley Mac, we used to own The Goat, we owned A-Town, which I learned a lot from, Don Tito, Taco Rock, and, you know, a couple of our places, live entertainment, we need it. You know, that's what we do at our places and stuff. Don Tito's one of them. The Bronson Beer Hall is one of them that, you know, we have acoustic, and then Don Tito with music and stuff like that that people want to come to. From limiting the hours on the top, that's like 80% of our money, and I know the rest of Clarendon too. From 11 to 2 a.m., I feel if they take the music down, which I think we can come to a compromise where, you know, we can have decimal readers, lower it down a little bit. As Jill McDevitt, my partner, said, we're getting a full enclosure soon that costs around $500K that we're gonna do that because we just wanna work with the community and make sure, you know, everyone's happy that we're here because we're here to stay for a long time and give back and do anything we can do to work with everyone. We're very proactive in all our businesses. And, you know, I know that no one else is here from Clarendon right now to speak and stuff like that, but I know they would be saying the same thing I'm saying because we're all in competition right now. Arlington has grown a lot since, you know, I've been here since the A-Town days and stuff like that. And, you know, it's dog eat dog out there right now. And we're just trying to fight to stay alive and, you know, everything we do. With that, you know, the competition's getting better and, you know, we are already dealing with a lot and now we got to learn how to pivot again, you know. So I really hope we can come to another compromise and, you know, taking away our hours like that because all people are going to go to DC. We're already fighting for nightlife in, you know, Arlington as it is, with so many places open up in DC and they're allowed, it's kind of like the Wild West out there where they can do whatever we want. We have a lot of limitations and regulations and, you know, we just want a fair chance to compete with everyone around us.
On that screen that showed the 20 establishments that had live entertainment, there was 3 that was closed. One of those was our establishment, The Goat. And that had no outdoor seating, rooftop, or anything else, and COVID really killed it. But our places, Barley Mac, Don Taco in Old Town, Don Tito, Taco Rock, they really thrive and depend on the outdoor seating, the rooftops, and things like that. So that's, I mean, it's an integral part of our business. So we just...
And I don't know what it is, if people like to be on a rooftop more than, you know, inside the restaurant and stuff like that, but we made a great atmosphere out there and to take that away from them right now, you know, I just feel the crowd noise is, you know, still going to be a problem, I think, but also if they take away the music, we might not have those crowds anymore come to our place, you know. So the lease we signed up for about 6 years ago, 7 years ago, and, you know, now to change everything that we're doing and have to change everything up again, it's just really detrimental to my business, especially that the sales are down. We're not doing as good as we did, you know, 7 years ago. So, and that's across the board in all my places. I have new restaurants that I'm opening in Arlington. Me and my father and my partners, I know, contribute a lot back to the county over the years with, you know, taxes and stuff like that, revenue for, you know, our entertainment and also plus our restaurants itself. You know, so, like I said, I'm not here to say no to any of the neighbors or anything like that. I really want to work with them and just come to an agreement where everyone's going to be happy at the end of the day. A-Town, just like I said, we came to an agreement where people were happy at the end of the day. I have the Bronson Beer Hall now, like I said. I've learned from all my mistakes from having A-Town. And this is just a new thing from Clarendon. This came out of nowhere, you know, because we've been running this business like this for a while. And yes, I know there's complaints and new apartments are going up and other things. And I feel that people should get a fair warning before moving into these places. And I know Lion Hall is like way back there too. And those people, you know, those neighbors, they pay a lot of money for where they live. And, you know, I feel for them and I want them to have a peace of mind and comfort level, you know, not to be worrying about, you know, getting woken up at night and when they have their jobs and stuff like that. So I really feel if we all can work together to come to a compromise and just Xing everything out right away, and it might kill Clarendon. You know, it might really kill Clarendon for the worse, not just for me, but everyone around us. You know, these rents and they're not going down. So we got a 3% increase every year on all our, every year in our business. So as the sales are going down, and then the rent's going up, and with the labor now and the high demand and food, everything like that, and the prices, it's just hard to, fight and stay alive right now in the restaurant business. But we're willing to work hard, and we always have worked hard to, make things happen.
Well, thank you very much for coming. There are conditions and other questions as well. Please. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. We really do appreciate having you here in that perspective. If you don't mind staying close, if there are questions about the conditions, we may call on you to say more. But in the meantime, thank you. And I understand as well, we may have a couple of the applicants on the virtual meeting as well, if that's right?
Yes, there are several applicants on virtually with us.
Okay, great. And if there are any applicants with us, again, there's no obligation to make a presentation, but if you wouldn't, if you'd like to introduce yourself and say who you're representing for the record, that could be helpful as well.
I can go first. Nicholas Cummings with Walsh Colucci. I'm here representing Barbau. We're not making a presentation, but we are, ready to participate in discussion and answer questions as needed. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings. All right. Is there anyone else?
Is there anyone else who would like to make a comment? We have several of you on. You can just hold on for questions if needed. I see.
I would just to make an introduction, if I may, as well.
Please, yes.
Your name, please.
My name is Snezhana Yakshich, and I'm representing Ambar in Clarendon as well as Buena Vida. As to restaurants, again, not making any case tonight, just here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Absolutely.
All right. We appreciate your taking the time. It is somewhat unconventional for us to consider a number of permits together. That is, however, a feature of the Clarendon Live Entertainment Group. And whatever else is said with regarding the specifics of the conditions, I do thank our staff in particular for your willingness to take this on as a whole, particularly our planning staff and ACPD. I thank the applicants for being willing to work with the Clarendon Live Entertainment Group, and certainly the representatives of the Lion Village Civic Association from whom we heard, as well as neighbors, for looking at this issue holistically. I think Ms. Hunger's presentation really emphasized the importance of doing that in this manner. So let me open the floor. Begin, Mr. Dorsey, if you wanted to speak to your motion or begin with questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to speak to it. I don't think really I have any questions because at the end of the day, what I think is most useful about this work, which I agree is tremendous work by staff, is encapsulated on your slide 4, the scale and the balance that you bring to this conversation. And what that should signal to the restaurant community, the owners and operators, we very much want you to succeed here in Arlington. We very much want you to be here. But that has to also be balanced with members of the community who are living proximate and who are impacted by the actions. And to members of the community, while we very much care about your ability to quietly enjoy your home in ways that you see fit, our ability to actually solve for that for each and every unique circumstance is impossible. So for us, it's about that balance, and it requires some significant resources to bring about that balance, whether it be law enforcement, whether it be planning staff, and the ongoing engagement, which we're just so grateful for everyone who participates in the CLEG. It takes a lot to create that balance, but I think the reason we do any and all of it is because it's important to be the kind of community that has these kinds of options for people who live here and who may want to visit here, and also to provide value for the people who live close by. And, as it relates to the specific use permit conditions and the approach, I would like to applaud that approach. And while I know it doesn't make everyone happy, the best way in order to assure that we can have consistency, fairness, and also adherence to the rules is for everybody to understand them and for them to be simple, and for there not to be the feeling that there's subjectivity coming into play or people being ganged up on because there are specific complaints about that one place. We've got clear, understandable, objective standards that you will be evaluated by. no gray area. And I think that's really, really important. It's helpful for the operators, it's helpful for the community, and it's certainly helpful for our staff, who extends a lot to, balance this all and make it work. So for that reason, I'm comfortable with where we are right now. I think in the spirit of the CLEG, if there are any improvements that are necessary that can bring us into greater balance, we have that opportunity. That's what this is designed to do. So stay engaged. Let's figure out, when we come back and revisit this at the prescribed schedule, we can implement whatever greatest thinking that we have at the time. I'll use that to conclude. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Ms. Garvey?
Yeah, thank you. I also found the showing sort of the balance, the things we're trying to balance is really helpful, because that's really what we're trying to do. And I think there are a lot of improvements here, and also making it a level playing field. Everybody's got the same conditions, which is great. For possible future improvements, I wonder if staff wants to comment on what the gentleman talked about, that they're planning to enclose the roof, which maybe makes the rooftop not a rooftop anymore. I'm not sure. Do you want to? I'm sure that's not something that can be done quickly, and I'm not sure it would really count. So I'm just wondering if anybody on staff has a comment on that at this point. That might be something we could, check later, because it would take a while to get that done, and I don't know what all the requirements are.
Right. I would have to speak with the zoning administrator to determine what is considered an enclosed, based upon what drawings the gentleman from Don Tito's proposes, if that's considered enclosed, and at that point, will it not be considered a rooftop deck at that point?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, does it still then a rooftop? Are they putting a top over the enclosure? I don't know. But I think that is something that can be worked on, and it is coming back in 6 months. So if there's any kind of work done on that, I'd be interested in that as a possibility of being a little flexible, if that would work out. I think a lot of it depends on how the noise works out. So thank you.
Mr. DeFranti.
I'm supportive of the motion. There is, I would note, with respect to the letter we received, and Mr. Carton, I'm pleased that the issue of outdoor speakers has been addressed and done uniformly. I think that addresses a number of the concerns raised in the letter. I think there's some other issues that are implementation focused, and I think big picture, there's also the fact that in 6 months this will come back up. So I'm supportive. I do hope that some of the more implementation issues like trash cans, et cetera, are issues that staff can lead on. I don't think they're quite ones that from the dais and from the board level. I'm supportive, but I also want to make sure that staff is able to move forward on that. So I hope that's possible. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, to everybody involved in CLEG, thank you so much for working together. And this is an amazing, for an entertainment district, an active entertainment district next to a, residential neighborhood, et cetera, I think we are in a very, very good place. What we are discussing in other places needs a lot of very different instruments to manage. And I'm pleased to see that this is actually working out right now. I'm also supportive of the motion, if seconded that. And I appreciate all the work that has been invested there. And we will, of course, have the opportunity to revisit that and see what works, what doesn't. I'm particularly, but I can advance a little bit what I am very interested in. I take very seriously the impact on your business and how this will be played out. I mean, we want you to succeed. Of course, we want you to be in balance with your community. And I couldn't, stress enough how important it is to keep the active communication with others. I'm like Ms. Garvey just mentioned, I think from the pandemic we learned a lot about enclosures and temporary or ephemeral buildings, at least at a practical level and also at the conceptual level. And I'm really very interested to hear more about that. I understand that, you're trying not only to mitigate sound, but also to make something that works for a longer period of time during different weather conditions, etc. This is interesting for us to learn more about that, and I just invite staff to keep us and the clerk to keep us apprised about these things. That all said, I really hear Lion Village clearly. It's not easy to be a neighbor to an active entertainment district, so this is a call to us to be even more attentive and sensitive to their issues as well. So I think all in all, this is a very good compromise, and we can move ahead with this and revisit that and see how good we're continue to do. I hope that we will be as satisfied then as we are today.
I have for my part just one question. It's probably from Mr. Sutherland. Lion Village Civic Association had raised a request for more frequent CLEG meetings, which I believe are happening on a biannual basis right now. Is that correct?
That is correct. With the November 2018 review of the use permits, the quarterly meetings were reduced to biannual meetings because, as Mr. Terraconis has said, the CLEG worked. And so there weren't a lot of issues being raised at that time. And so the frequency was a little too much. And so we went to twice a year. The way the condition is written now, it doesn't prescribe us to certain time or how frequent the meetings should happen. So there's some flexibility there, but staff would caution that we should still, at least for right now, keep the biannual meetings and see how these mitigation measures with the proposed conditions work.
Really appreciate that point. I know that's one you've made with us in the past, right? Let's give this a chance to work. One of the things that really strikes me in the proposal is the prohibition of speaker usage outdoors, right? But other than 10 p.m. to 9 a.m. or prohibition 10 p.m. to 9 a.m. on Sunday through Thursday, and then 11 to 9 Friday and Saturday, right? So I think I was thinking about Ms. Small's comments about the loud thumping bass in particular, or bass in particular, and I think there's probably a little bit of push-pull there about certainly making sure there are no speakers outdoors is an important first step. I can imagine there may still be some concerns about the speakers indoors, right, with amplification. And I know you'd mentioned in the staff report that this may be an area for further exploration, potentially considered as early as 2023. So I think with those noise issues in particular, maybe worth revisiting at some point again before the biannual meeting. But I do appreciate, I think as my colleagues have said, the compromise. I recognize it may not be ideal for some of our operators. It may fall short of what some of the neighbors might expect, but I do think it's worth it to give it a chance to work and at least see if the amplification external to your bars and restaurants can't make a difference on the positive difference in the quality of life without making a negative impact on your businesses. So that is it for my questions. Oh, Mr. DeFranti.
Sorry, I just had one, appreciate your question. I just had one clarifying question on, with respect, there's the outdoor speakers, but then with respect to the applicants who spoke, the hours were mentioned, and I'm just looking through on number 11. The hour change is essentially from 1:30 to 1 a.m., is that right, with respect to Don Tito's? It's page 49 of the staff report. There was a change in the hours that would be available, and I'm not quite clear as to what the hours change was for Don Tito's.
We're not considering any change to the hours.
Hours of operation, but then live entertainment and dancing, that hours was shifted, is that correct?
No, it was not. Only the speaker usage.
Only the speaker usage?
For rooftop areas.
Got it. Okay. I thought that was the case, but then I started going back through the staff report. I just wanted to try to clarify, and that helps me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Simple and unified. Simple and unified, so it's one room.
Unless there are any other questions, I believe we may be ready for a vote. So the motion for Mr. Dorsey is on the table. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, that carries unanimously. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to those of you who joined us on the live stream as well. And a thank you to staff. We appreciate your time this evening. All right, I believe we have one item on our regular agenda. Madam Clerk, if you could call that item for us.
Item number 36 is the fiscal year 2024 budget review preview, as well as the fiscal year 2022 closeout, both public hearing and action.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Manager, I believe the presentation you had was the one you gave Saturday. Is that correct?
Well,
A few updates for us.
No, yeah, what we're going to do is a brief presentation on the fiscal 24 budget preview, since we did not cover that on Saturday.
Got it.
We're not planning on repeating our presentation from Saturday on closeout. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Stevenson.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Yes, we wanted to give you a preview of what we're looking at in terms of the FY 2024 budget. So we have some slides that we're going to walk through here quickly. So tonight's story is is that the right? It's a good news, not so good news story. It's not bad news. But I'll start off. It's county revenue that we're projecting for '24 is positive. Unfortunately, as we're looking ahead, the expenditure side of the equation is going to outpace the revenue growth that we're projecting. Right now, we're preliminarily looking at a $35 million funding gap between projected revenues and expenses. And this assumes current tax rates, and we've built in some inflationary fee increases on the revenue side as a part of this gap. The $35 million gap does include some ongoing costs that we funded in FY23 that are supported by ARPA dollars that are expected to continue. For example, there are 2 different transportation programs. And so internally, what we're doing is we're going through a process of preparing for some budget reduction options and some realignment of service options to balance the budget within the existing revenue that we're projecting. And we have a number of budgetary concerns this year, a number of which are self-evident. We have inflationary growth. We have wage growth. As I mentioned, transitioning from one-time funding to ongoing funding, and the impacts of real estate, interest rates, which I'll highlight on the next couple slides. So on the revenue side of the equation, as I mentioned, total growth is up, tax growth is up 3.4% before sharing with schools. This assumes real estate assessments this January will grow by 1.9%. It's a combination of residential and commercial. On the residential side, in the aggregate, right now what we're forecasting is a 3% growth. And as you also know, we won't have more clarity on that until late December, early January, when the Department of Real Estate Assessments finalizes their calendar year 23 assessments. With that assessment growth, that means the average single-family tax bill without any tax rate changes would have natural growth of $250 for the average assessed property. Right now, we're assuming commercial assessments in the aggregate are flat, with office buildings, properties being down, but apartments up. And we are a little, from the budgetary side, a little worried about the last 6 months of real estate. We've seen a slowdown in activity. We'll see how that plays into changes in sale prices that will ultimately affect the assessments this coming January, but we also know what interest rates do to the housing market in particular, making it a little less affordable as interest rates rise. Other taxes, we're seeing some fairly strong growth. This is, we're starting to see returns to pre-pandemic levels. The next slide, I'll show you a little graph, but we have personal property assumed to be up over 6%. Business professional occupational license tax up just over 4%, and sales and meals with some strong growth over the 23 adopted levels. On the fees and charges for services, they're variable, and we are making adjustments as we see actual activity from 22 and into 23 on how they're performing post-pandemic. And with state and federal revenues, we're just assuming relatively flat growth because when we see changes there, it's usually tied to grants that have an expenditure side to it. So sales, meals, and hotel taxes, we talked a lot about over the last couple of years and the impact that the pandemic had on them. And you can see, 2021 actuals were at our low point, and we're now seeing recovery in these three sources, with sales and meals actually being above pre-pandemic levels. TOT, which is the hotel taxes, not quite back to where they were, but we're optimistic that the growth in that sector will continue to recover. Now, I talked about revenue pressures. Real estate is a significant portion of our general fund budget, providing 57%. And this graph is just showing or just illustrating how interest rates have been changing, especially over the last 12 months, adding pressure to that market. And we've also spent a lot of time discussing with you the office vacancy, what office vacancy rates have on the impact on our commercial properties. And that, we're continuing to, AED and all the work that they do is to help bring those numbers down to increase the assessment side of commercial properties. Next slide is sort of summarizes the expenditure side of the equation for FY24. We're seeing growth in salaries. Healthcare is up, expected to be up slightly in fiscal year 24, and our retirement assumptions as we have wage growth. On the non-personnel side, contractual and inflationary increases are impacting us in a number of areas. I want to highlight our housing grant assumptions right now have the base ongoing level assumed in the gap, but it does not include some additional monies that may be needed in 24, which we funded with one time. Metro and debt service are relatively flat, and AHIF we have right now at the ongoing funding level of $8.9 million. And of course, our commitment to schools and our share of local taxes with them, the schools will see an increase of 3.7% based on our revenue sharing agreement, and that's at the 46.8% of local taxes. Finally, the timeline for where we are in the budget process. We've been working on the FY24 now for a couple months internally. But now we're coming before you with this preliminary outlook, with next month anticipating receiving guidance from you in the development of the manager's proposed budget in February. Through this entire process, we will be engaging with the community, both in specific ways with surveys and just in all the correspondence that come in either through the online or letters as we develop the budget, and then once we get into the process post-manager proposed budget, and that session there from February to April where there's a lot of community engagement on what the manager has presented. So with that, I will conclude the forecast.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Stevenson. And so, Madam Chair, that concludes our presentation on that. I use that as a launching point also for the conversation. I think there's a public hearing coming up on closeout to say that given the pressures we're facing in fiscal 24, as I noted on Saturday, my recommendation is that the discretionary balance of $26.8 million that's available in closeout be set aside so the board can consider that for potential use as part of the fiscal 24 budget process. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you. I think that gives a good bit of context to that recommendation as well. Madam Clerk, I don't believe we have any public speakers on this item. Is that right?
We do not.
Okay. Then the conversation is now with the board. I'm going to turn to Mr. DeFranti first for a motion, and then we can ask questions on the presentation we just received or share comments about the closeout decision in particular.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll move that we adopt the county manager's recommendation to adopt in several parts. First, that we adopt the fiscal year 2022 county government appropriation resolution shown on attachment 1A of the staff report. Second, that we allocate remaining balances from fiscal year 2022 to legally restricted and priority areas identified by the county board as shown on attachment 1B of the staff report. In addition, that we amend the fiscal year 2023 county budget by approving the appropriations in attachment 2 of the staff report. This is all based, just to be clear, because there's been a revision, this is all based on, with respect to attachment 1A, there was an update on 1115 earlier today.
Second.
Thank you so much. That's been moved and seconded. Ms. Garvey, first for questions or comments.
Yeah, I wanted a reminder from Mr. Stevenson for me. My memory is that 1% on the vacancy rate is approximately equal to 6 million is what it used to be on our revenue. Do you know what? If we don't know now, that's fine later, but that's
We can
a handy.
follow, we can follow up with you on that. Commercial office market is a subset of the total real estate, so it's probably
Right.
not quite that much, but we'll follow up
Okay,
with you.
that would be helpful. It's a helpful number to kind of have in my head as we watch that number go up. Hopefully it'll start to come down. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. DeFranti, I should have gone to you first.
No. Just, I didn't have expansive comments on the motion. I do have a couple of questions. First, on slide 4, you will note that I've been focused on the transit, the TOT tax, the hotel tax. And the estimate seems to indicate that we're coming back this year to somewhere around 16 million. Is that estimate still feel contemporary or that it's accurate? At least that's what I was noticing on that gray line on slide 4.
Right now, I believe that the numbers for 23 will hold and continue to improve. I just saw numbers in the last few weeks from economic development on hotel activity at an average daily rate, and they were showing some strong recovery there. The tax is cyclical. The fall and the spring are big indicate, when the largest pieces of the revenue come in. So I'll be interested to see the sales from the last month to see if that trend is continued. But we're hopeful that will be the case.
Great, and thank you very much. And this question, I think, it could be for the manager, could be for you. I'm trying to remember, we were trying steadily to reduce the share of federal funding or one-time funding that we're using to address our budget. And I feel like it was close, am I in the ballpark of 16 million last year and we were trying to cut it to 8 million this year?
We had 2 years ago, we had relied on $16 million in one-time funding to address some ongoing needs, and we tried to reduce that last year. It came down to around 10 million. And, we can have this conversation in December. I'll look for more guidance from the board. I'd like to continue to have that number come down. Given the pressures we face, I don't think it will be able to come down all the way.
Great, that's helpful. I've certainly been engaging with our community. I think it's also worth sharing the AAA bond rating that we have, which is, I guess, one of 100 or 200 counties out of 3,100, if I'm...
Right. And one thing I did for Ms. Garvey, 1% on the commercial vacancy rate is equivalent to about $3.4 million in foregone revenue.
Less than I was remembering by a lot. Thank you.
You're remembering a penny on the tax rate.
Maybe that's it. That I've never been good on the numbers like that. Thank you for the reminder.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz, I think I know the answer to this question. I just think it would be helpful for our community to hear it, assuming that I'm right. Otherwise, pretend I didn't ask it. But during the pandemic and in response to the pandemic, you smartly directed a rethinking of the lines of business that, our various departments in the enterprise were engaged in. And through that, we reconfigured, prioritized, shed some things, figured out how to do some other things differently. The expense growth assumptions in this budget are not based on an automatic return to pre-COVID normal. It's baked in with some of those sensibilities that we gained by pivoting on the fly during the pandemic, correct?
That's absolutely correct. We continue to take some of the efficiencies that we gained over the last few years and use them. One of the facts that we have to face is we have several long-term contracts that are becoming due and that are actually, we have excellent terms. And the costs and expenses. For example, I'll use one as solid waste we contract out. We've had a really excellent deal for a number of years. We're going to have to renegotiate that. And the prices we're facing are the same as everybody is facing. They're going up. So that's a lot of the expense pressure we face. It's not bringing back the old ways.
Thank you.
Thanks for asking that. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you. That was a very insightful presentation that has already the caveats that the current, not very predictable economic situation brings in, and addresses that with very conservative appropriations, or proposal of future appropriations. I wanted to ask about the AHEF appropriation. There is a note. It was on your slides, if I was correct, $8.9 million instead of 9.2. Is that correct? Did I understand it correctly?
No, it's not. It's only one time. It's not included.
Okay.
Correct. There's two components to the AHIF funding in the 23 budget, an ongoing component and a one-time. Right now in our forecast for the 24 budget, it's just the ongoing piece. No assumption made on the one-time side yet.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, for my part, I do think this is an easy decision to carry forward the fiscal 22 closeout to fiscal 24, and that may be the last time the term easy decision is used in the same sentence as fiscal 24 budget. I do appreciate the recommendation, and I appreciate the work that goes into actually closing that out between the items that were, or the monies that we're putting towards various reserves and stabilization funds to the efforts to understanding the number of activities that carry over year to year, even when our budget does not allow for that without a fair amount of work. It is an undertaking, and we appreciate DMF staff. I look forward, colleagues, to a December meeting where we'll begin to think about the guidance we want to give the manager as he develops his fiscal 2024 budget. And with that, I believe we are ready for a vote on the motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, that carries unanimously. Thank you again to our DMF staff. Ms. Jacobs, do we have any other items to come before the board today?
No, we do not.
We do not? Okay, so we are recessed, but we will reconvene for a carryover meeting on Friday, November 18th at 6 p.m. See everyone then.
I missed the chance. That's